Yeah. Ready?
No, yeah, yes.
I'm unmuted, yep.
We're good.
Right, good to go.
Welcome to the August 6, 2025 board meeting of the Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Any changes in the agenda?
Yes, under old business, can we add two items for discussion? One is food and beverage tax. And then number two is employee survey.
What was the first one?
Food and beverage tax.
All right. Anybody make a motion?
I move we adopt the agenda with the changes as recommended by Mr. Dahl.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Hyde, seconded by Mr. Sheridan, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye 5-0. Administrators report.
Yep, have a few things to report, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So one, this Saturday is, I think it's our fifth concert of the summer for Groovin' at the Grove. So Joe the Spy is the band that's gonna be playing. They're based out of Richmond. They're a six-piece blues rock band playing music from Stevie Ray Vaughan to Aretha Franklin. Again, food trucks will be Tasty Vittles and Blue Ridge Pizza, and the beer garden sponsor for this week is Fluvanna Girls Softball League. So again, free live music from 5 to 7, and then the food and beer garden from 4 to 7. So hope to have people out there. Want to give a big shout out, and I think we maybe sent some pictures, to Mr. Kreitzer and his team. So we got some renovations done to the community center that we've been working on for a while. So if you kind of see, we got some new carpet in the entryway. We got some luxury vinyl tiles and stuff throughout the hallways. And then you can see here through some of these pictures in the stage room too, we got carpet down in there. And this is some high density commercial grade carpet. So anything that happens in there, it's really easy to clean. Same type of product that's in the library and stuff like that. So like I said, and plus they've got some painting done. In the front area, they've hidden some of those big conduits, those big pipes and conduits that you see, did some drop sealing. So trying to get some nice things in there to kind of get it spruced up and renovated. And there's more things to be done still.
That looks great. Like the tones of the paint with that floor. That's really nice.
Yeah, it's a real nice change. So big kudos to Mr. Kreitzer and him. What's that? So far, yeah, Mr. Kreitzer said, like I said, I haven't been in there yet to do any type of testing, but from just like a initial thing, it definitely, dampens the sound somewhat. Yeah. Some other things we're looking at because there's some old outdated curtains in there. So we're going to look at some things like that. And there's also some, I think there is some additional money to do some sound deadening type of, measures in the room as well. So yeah, so like I said, big huge improvement in that space.
An old floor was tile, wasn't it?
It was like
linoleum.
No, it was like it was almost
Some kind of painted epoxy, I thought it was.
Almost like
it almost looked like terrazzo, but it wasn't terrazzo because
Yeah.
it was healing up a little bit in really thin areas.
It was a hard surface.
It was
Echoey.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it was a hard
Thank you.
surface, yes.
On a related subject to this, are we gonna at some point put a resolution forward to rename the building the Booker Community Center, the Moselle and Jerome Booker Community Center? I know we discussed it.
I don't remember discussing it.
Yeah, this has definitely been discussed previously.
There was a time where I heard it discussed as far as Jerome goes,
Yeah,
and but that was a couple, I think when Moselle was here.
yeah.
So I don't think we as a board have discussed it. If we have, I don't remember. We should discuss it sometime.
Yeah.
Also the butterfly house at Pleasant Grove Park. So the updated greenhouse at the butterfly garden has been improved. Has become a thriving butterfly house, and through the hard work and the master gardeners, Mattrel Nass naturalist, along with Ms. Rosignol, has made this destination for nature lovers, bringing visitors from within and outside Fluvanna County. Parks and Rec would like to recognize and thank them for their volunteered time. And there was actually CBS 19 and NBC 29 News just did some articles about it too, and it's getting lots of good traction and some good visitors coming out to check it out. So kudos to them for what they did. And then so this is the second year that we did a county versus other county kickball tournament, second year in a row. And so it was, multiple people from different departments and stuff that played in the kickball tournament. So the counties that participated were Hanover, Goochland, Henrico, Powhatan, Fluvanna. Who am I missing? Yeah, that's right. Hanover had two. And so everyone in the picture there, that's who participated in the kickball league. Unfortunately, we didn't have as promising results this year as we did last year. Last year, we made it to the final game. This year, it was on a Friday, and I think the heat index was around 100 degrees that day. And it was, I can say from this person's old bones, it was a little tough out there.
But then the other teams have the same heat?
Oh, yes. Yes. Well,
They may have been younger.
I can tell you one of the teams, they were younger. But no, it was a great time. Everyone out there, we all had a great event, mixing with different departments and just really kind of, doing something different. And, again, even though we didn't come into the final game, we had a great time. And like I said, it was a great time had by all. And I want to thank Mr. Spitzer for kind of organizing with all the different other Parks and Rec, directors and stuff for those counties. And upcoming board meetings, Wednesday, August 20th, we have a 6 p.m. regular meeting here in the Circuit Court, Wednesday, September 3rd at 5 p.m., and then Wednesday, September 17th at 6 p.m. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'll just comment that I actually saw a food truck vendor last night. And he commented he's talking about where he makes money, what kind of venues, what he doesn't. And he mentioned that he had done Groovin at the Grove. I guess
yeah.
you allow two, is that
Yeah,
right?
we try and have at least two, generally two food truck vendors, sometimes with just one meal vendor, sometimes the one meal vendor, depending on, attendance. I mean, the last couple ones we've had probably, I'd say we're averaging probably around 300 is kind of our numbers there. And like I said, we'd like to, I think if we got above 500, it would kind of it would, require some additional effort, but, kind of where it's been good. It's been, the setup is not too difficult. And
Well, he was there with a donut truck
Oh,
or
yeah.
something.
Yeah.
And he was comparing his profitability and just saying that rocks. Like he's anxious for his next time.
Yeah, good, awesome.
So
Yeah. Oh, and one thing too, I just want to bring up just as a reminder so the community meeting next Thursday, August 14th for the second Tenaska project, which is Project Expedition or the Expedition Generating Station. Just want to remind the board about that, August 14th. It's going to be at the high school. I know invitations have gone out to citizens. They've also put out a flyer in the Fluvanna Review. And so again, it's going to be at Fluvanna County High School at 6:30. And so because I believe that more than 2 board members want to attend, we're going to be advertising that as a public meeting for both the Board of Supervisors and the Planning
I was
Commission.
going to ask you about the planning.
I met with them this morning, so I cannot be next. We got a away scrimmage at Harrisonburg.
Yep.
Next Thursday, so I will not be there.
Okay.
And I have one thing
Okay.
real quick. If anybody is interested, on September the 20th, we're going to be doing a Ravenna River roundup where we're collecting tires. And I'm sure they'll be reaching out to me to talk about places to get on and off of the Ravenna.
So there's no starting spots.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Okay.
They haven't put that out yet, but I think we're probably going to start. Last time we went from Palmyra basically down to Kathleen's road name, Red Bank.
Red Bank Lane.
And we went down to Red Bank to take out and got 165 or 168 tires. And this time want to try to either go from there down or maybe get on at the back of Rivanna Woods. I know somebody down there's got a piece of land, we can jump on the river.
Well, I mean, if when they have it designated for time and place, like I said, we can put something out in fan mail and, try and get volunteers.
Well, they want to try and keep an idea of who all is going, but
sure.
that would be something that,
You don't know a time.
Yeah.
yet, do you?
We started at 9 the last time, I believe, and it's
Yeah.
depending on whether or not the river is cooperating.
Yeah,
Last 2 years, it's been too low for us to do it.
yeah, okay.
Because you put a 230-pound fat guy and 17 tires in a canoe, it sinks a little.
I was gonna say, did you already commit to going?
That would be me. And if you turn it over going through the last rapid, it is not fun trying to put those 17 tires back in the boat.
All right. Any questions? All right. Moving on, first round of public comment. Anybody wishing to speak, please do so and keep your comments directed to the Board of Supervisors and the 5 minutes.
John Raynard, 3531 Union Mills Road. And I think in tonight's packet, I saw a document that talks about unallocated fund balances, and there's a policy target that's we've reached 100%. And on top of that, we have another 135% on top of that that is sitting there that most citizens don't even know exist. So 16 million, over 16.5 million. And so a question might be, why did we create a meals tax when we had a $16.5 million that was unallocated and put another burden on citizens? And if we have that much, then why isn't that figure factored into the rate for the real estate tax when it's factored in? Because that's the taxpayers' money, I'm sorry. And if we're sitting there on $28 million, almost $29 million, looks like some of that needs to go back to taxpayers if we've over recovered. That's not money for the county to hold and use for their own purposes if it's not been budgeted, it hasn't been asked for, and I'm sure there's many localities, households out here that could use that money. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak?
Hi, I'm Pat Biersblock and I live at 103 Island Hill Road in Palmyra. I wanted to thank the board in accepting my application for the position on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. Thank you for supporting me, and I really look forward to being involved in a lot of interesting projects. I think my pet project right now is to remove a lot of the barbed wire that's in different parts of the park, especially those areas that are more it's exposed. The public is exposed more to their presence. So, but I'll work closely with the board and closely with Aaron. And thank you for your support.
Thank you for your service.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Ashley Boshin. I live at 816 Jefferson Drive, and I'm the Executive Director for Fluvanna County Habitat for Humanity. So I just was invited to come and share with y'all an update on what we're doing here in Fluvanna. I think it's been a little while since you've heard from us. So first, we are constructing 2 new homes this year in our neighborhood in Houghton's Place, Charney Way, right down the street from the fire station. And these homes are in phase 2 of this mixed income community. And so excluding those 2 homes, we have 10 more lots in that neighborhood to construct and sell to our partner families. And our partner families must either live or work in Fluvanna County to begin the application process. And once they are accepted as a partner family, they're required to build with us through completing sweat equity hours. So that it looks like volunteering with our organization and volunteering with other organizations. as well as including financial education courses and home ownership classes. And all of this is takes anywhere between 2 to 3 years for them to complete and become homeowners. So our 2 homes under construction are being built with the help of a local Fluvanna company, DES Construction, as well as the incredible help of our volunteers, our Rusty Nails, as we call them. The Rusty Nails typically volunteer over 400 hours on each home to help reduce the cost of construction and make the home affordable for our partner families. The current home we are constructing is our 30th home built here in Fluvanna. Second, we have restarted our home repair program here in Fluvanna, focusing on those who are aging in place and who are income eligible for that program. And so these projects have been completed, have allowed community members to safely access their home. That is our focus right now, just on the exterior of the home. And since we've been incorporated since 1993, Fluvanna Habitat has been dedicated to just this county and has helped house over 90 adults and children. And we're so thankful to the Board of Supervisors for what y'all do for the county and for making Fluvanna a great place to live. And I have brochures if y'all would like them, but
Sure.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for the great work you all do.
Yes, thank you.
Patty Rayner, 3531 Union Mills Road, and I am here to talk about taxes, as I always do. I just want to follow up on what Don Rayner commented on with the $16+ million sitting there. And we're raised taxes, and created a new tax on top of that in this county. And that is really, it's disgraceful. I mean, you guys are our leaders here, and you have access to that information. You knew that money was there, and most of the citizens of this county have no idea that that kind of money is just sitting there. And we're just taking in more money and taxes and creating extra burden on the overburdened people already in this county. And I don't know how you guys are elected to represent all the people, and you can see that happening, and you just choose to turn a blind eye to it. I don't get it. I don't understand. We're just robbing the taxpayers. So that is an issue, that is an ongoing issue. You guys know how I feel about taxes. In addition to that, I do want to say that I did call today to try to get some more transparency is another one of my things. I would like more transparency, and that would be the top of the list of things right there to let people know what's going on here. But I mean, you guys also had asked that the attorney speak to do a presentation here and let people know how the land use program works in this county. That has not materialized. So you don't seem to follow through on what the requests are from the county citizens, even though you have asked that that be done. Nothing has been done. I've asked many times for a public forum where people can have a discussion, ask questions, get answers, get feedback. That hasn't happened. You all had also asked that, you said you were going to ask that our Commissioner of Revenue do a presentation as well to let the citizens of this county know how he has implemented the land use. That hasn't happened either. So at this point, knowing that the county Commissioner of Revenue has retired, I would like to ask the board to do a complete and thorough audit of the land use program, because whoever comes into that position, they need to know what has happened in this county. And I think we still need these other meetings to take place. And I don't know why they haven't already. Also would like to speak to the fact that that information was not even made public in the Fluvanna Review until last week. Knowing there are very specific deadlines that would have to be met. I find that very, very unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, we will move on to action matters.
Boards.
Oh, we had,
Yeah, we have one,
I
yeah.
skipped over that. Okay.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah, board committees and,
Yep.
boards, commission and committee
yep.
appointments.
Mr. Dahl?
Yep, yeah, so we just have one appointment. It's for the Community Policy and Management Team, also known as CPMT. CPMT, it's a parent representative. So we have two appointees seeking that slot. One is Nikki Sheridan, and the second is Mr. Ravendra Singh. So like I said, I'm happy to open up any of the applications. Both the applications were in the package as well.
What happened to the position that's?
So I can speak to this. The lady who we had appointed maybe a year ago passed away, so we had a vacancy. CPMT then reached back out to try to get a fill. We had several applicants because we've got two vacant positions. This one, which is the parent rep and a vendor rep. And then there's, I think, a citizen one or something. We looked at it and we narrowed it down to these two. And the recommendation of the CPMT is that Nikki Sheridan's to be appointed. And then the other ones will come forward at a later date. So we're working on those.
Are you saying that officially?
Officially, the
CPMT
CPMT
is
passed it on a unanimous vote to recommend that the Board of Supervisors appoint Nikki Sheridan.
Is that, I was gonna say, is that?
I-
Well, let me ask Mr. Whitley. Am I good on this?
Sure. It's related.
Oh, you are related.
I'm her uncle.
I mean, you can choose to abstain, but you don't have, there's no financial benefit.
Yeah, there's no financial
So
benefit
there's
for
no
her,
direct
me, or
conflict,
anyone else.
but you can choose to abstain. There's no direct conflict of
All
interest.
right. I'm willing to make a motion. I move the Board of Supervisors approve the following board, commission, or committee appointment. Miss Nikki Sheridan to the Community Policy and Management Team Parent Representative.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Hodge, seconded by Mr. Goode, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
I'm gonna
You
abstain.
you abstain?
Yep, so 401.
Passes 4-0-1. Freaking Sheridans. Can't throw a rock without hitting one. All right.
Rabbits in the woods.
Even in Fork Union District.
All right, action matters. Item B, Fork Union Water Supply System Design Services Waterline Preliminary Design Proposal. Mr. Dahl.
Yep, I'll go through this. And so just a little background, obviously, the board knows this, but for the public that's here. Bevco received a special use permit and conditional rezoning in June 25th, 2021 to construct a lined landfill in order to dispose of coal combustion residuals on their property adjacent to the former Brema Power Station, which again could affect existing groundwater wells within a 1.5 mile radius of the power station, which includes 2 of the Fork Union Sanitary District wells and some private wells as also. Because of that potential impact, the fuzzy public water system wells, Fluvanna County will need to construct a new supply system to allow those affected areas to connect if they choose. So as part of the SUP and rezoning, Bevco proffered $47.1 million to the county for water supply improvements related to Fork Union. So the raw water source for that project for the Fork Union water supply system would come from the county's, Fluvanna County's portion of the James River Water Authority system. The county entered into a project agreement with Dewberry. Dewberry are engineers for a water supply evaluation, preliminary engineering report, which took place and was subsequently presented to the board at your June 18th, 2025 meeting. So Dewberry went through kind of all the components of that. And from that point, made recommendations, and also with myself and Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Popowitz as well. Kind of looking at those recommendations and also getting guidance from the county on particular filtration methods and stuff like that for water treatment, and kind of working with the county on where some of these systems would go. So because of that, the PR has been completed. Now the next phase is kind of moving on towards the design piece of that. So in this package, Dewberry provided 2 proposals for design services. One is related to strictly the water lines preliminary design proposal. And the cost of the preliminary design project is a little over 1.1 million. The scope of the work is in the project agreement and should be completed within 10 months or June of 2026. The second proposal is a water treatment plant 30% design proposal. The cost of that 30% preliminary design project is $616,000. The scope of the work and the project agreement would be completed within 12 months or September 2026. Again, this really kind of gets you from a preliminary standpoint, kind of like to 30%. I mean, when it's all said and done, I mean, from engineering generally equates to about engineering generally equates to about 10% of a project's construction cost. So, you know, to get to full design and stuff, it's gonna be a lot. So this is to kind of get the design phase moving. And again, as part of this, the county has proffer funds from Dominion Energy to pay for this. So there's no county funds that would be direct county funds of the general fund to pay for this. I'm happy to answer any questions. And Mr. Mitchell here with the Department of Public Utilities is here as well, and he can answer any questions.
Any questions?
So we already have the money sitting there from Dominion. to
Yeah,
pay for
because
this.
as part of that proffer agreement, the county got a $2.1 million advance. We used a little bit of it for a couple water line fixes in that area, in the 1.5 mile radius area, and then the preliminary engineering report. So basically, kind of what we're proposing.
And that leftover money, where is that sitting right now? Is that in the unassigned fund balance, or do we have it as assigned fund balance?
No, that is, I mean, it's sitting in, yes, it is sitting in unassigned fund
It's
balance.
sitting in the
Yes,
unassigned fund
yes,
balance.
yes.
Other questions? All right. Thank you.
So again, I did my presentation for items B and C. So item B, you have two motions. There's a motion for the project agreement, and then there's a second motion for the supplemental appropriation, and then subsequently for the second piece, same thing, project agreement and then supplemental.
I move the board of supervisors approve project 7 for engineers to do professional engineering services and authorize the county administrator to execute the agreement subject to approval as informed by the county attorney.
Second.
Did you second Mr. Goode? I'm sorry.
Yes, he did.
He beat
Okay,
me.
yeah.
He beat me.
Big
I
Fork
we were
Union, that's
both
who you'd want to
jumping.
participate. Got a motion by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Goode. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Mr. O'Brien, do you want this one too?
I move the board of supervisors, what?
I move the board of supervisors approve the supplemental appropriation for the FY 26 Fort Union Sanitary District budget in the amount of $1,121,870 with funding to come from the Dominion Energy Water Supply Payment Proffer Funds for Engineering.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5-0.
And then for C for the water system design.
You're still on the batter's box.
Not my sentence.
I thought we only had two.
No,
You-
two more.
You have two
for
per proposal.
Okay.
All right, I move the Board of Supervisors approve project amendment agreement 08 with Dewberry Engineers Incorporated for professional engineering services and authorize the county administrator to execute the agreement subject to approval as deformed by the county attorney.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Sheridan, seconded by Mr. Goode. All in favor? Chair votes aye, 5-0.
I move the Board of Supervisors approve a supplemental appropriation for the FY 26 Fort Union Sanitary District budget in the amount of $616,590 with the funding to come from the Dominion Energy Water Supply Payment Proper Funds for Engineering.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor? Chair votes aye, 5-0. All right, item D, FY 27 budget calendar. Ms. McAllister.
Oh, I see.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I am here to present the FY 27 budget calendar. As a reminder, the first meeting of the month will begin at 5 p.m. and the second meeting of the month will begin at 6 p.m. These meetings will be held in the circuit court. There is no setting the max reassessment tax rate for this fiscal year. All work sessions will be held in the mortgage. The school's dates that are on the calendar here for February the 4th and February the 11th, they have been verified dates and times. Nonprofits will have 3 dates to present to the board this year. December the 17th, January the 7th, and January the 21st. These meetings will be held in the Morris Room in the Administration Building. March the 11th, the board would need to set a proposed FY27 budget and CY26 tax rates for advertising. April the 8th will be a public hearing for the FY27 budget and CY26 tax rate. And on April the 15th, we hope to adopt the budget, but we do have April the 22nd if needed for that.
And again, which as Ms. McAllister stated, again, last year we had, since it was a reassessment, you kind of have 2 dates. You have to kind of set a max tax rate. This year, since it's no reassessment, you just have the 1 date. And again, we had to make a few tweaks last year, but we kind of, Mr. Witt, and reviewed all this through state code, make sure there's nothing funny that changed or anything. So all these dates and advertising are all in compliance. So again, FY27 budget's ramped up, ready to go.
I have a question on this. Last year, I asked why we couldn't move the dates forward some to allow us to set the tax rate sooner. It was stated to me that the Commissioner of Revenue couldn't get the numbers, and I followed up with him, and he said that he could potentially get the numbers sooner. Problem we have when we leave it to April, it literally leaves the Commissioner's office and the Treasurer's office very little time to get the information collated, get the bills printed, and get them out. And several citizens have complained, and some of it unfairly, saying, oh, well, we always send tax bills out in February, which is not true. However, when you get your tax bill with a week to go, I know it puts both those offices under stress. Is there any way that we can move this forward? Even if we move the nonprofits earlier, that eliminates 3 dates and everything slides up slightly. I would much feel better setting the max tax rate 3 weeks, 4 weeks earlier, and then setting the published rate sometime, instead of leaving it to late April, do it early April or end of March.
I'm trying
And
to,
I see the commissioners nodding in agreement.
If I may, I'm starting not to speak for the treasurer.
Come on up to the microphone, please, sir.
We would much prefer that it be said earlier, with some timeline associated with the production of the billing cycle, and so that's all third party. And we would much prefer to see it said, as Mr. Hodge said, certainly by the first week of April. We'll work with that timeline. We can't get the math any earlier than probably the second week of February. We have to get the numbers for January 1st from DMV, but we would love to see a date set early. I think quite a few meetings have to be set for nonprofits to come in. I think we had like 3 last year, sometimes 4. If that could be consolidated, we would, I think the citizens would be happier, and we would be much happier, both the Commissioner and Treasurer's office. I'm speaking for Ms. Rittenhouse, but I know the frustration as well as mine in getting a tax rate as late as the 3rd or even 4th week of April. Really crunches the time we have left.
I mean, the thing you're running into, I mean, is it doable? Yes. You are crunching things a good bit. I mean, there's a crunch on either side.
Yeah.
I mean, so.
One thing's for sure, June 5th is a hard day.
Yeah.
That's a collection day. And we've gone down the process of having to extend that. That was necessary at the time, but not a good idea. I would absolutely support, and I believe I can speak wholeheartedly for Ms. Rittenhouse, also that we would much prefer a tax rate by the end of March, not later than the first week of April, as opposed to the end of April, if that board can accommodate that.
So,
Maybe as a compromise, can we just move it up 2 weeks this year and see how that goes? And if it's still feasible, then look at another week or 2 weeks the following year, but at least do something now.
So, okay, so right now we've got setting the tax rate March 11th. So really what you'd be doing, you'd be setting a tax rate. I mean, so if you wanted to move it up 2 weeks, that would be the
25th.
25th. So you'd be setting a tax rate before even some of the departments have had a chance to provide any comments or presentations on budget requests. I mean, you can do it. I mean, I would say, well, I mean, the board would have to determine how they want to do that. I mean, I think you're not going to have all the information a little bit, and then you're pretty much, if you moved to the February 25th, you would basically have received the school's budget 1 week prior. And I can tell you this, there's no way the schools, even at this point, they are still with the state budget, it's still
Yeah.
a bit of a wild card. I mean, is it doable? Sure. I mean, but you're not gonna have all the information at this
I
point.
think the schools is a red herring, that we set the tax rate in end April and they still don't know what they're getting.
A little bit,
Because the state doesn't
sometimes.
know. So, I mean, I wouldn't put much credence in that.
I wouldn't want to, my concern to what you're saying about that with the schools is that we end up going, well, we don't know what's going to be, and we can always cut it. And then, as we've learned, once that number's set, it's a matter of getting people off of it. And so I'd be concerned about having less information earlier. And then we set some buffer number in, and then we're trying to get, so the more information we have, the less buffer we feel the need to make. I'm not countering that it's a good idea. I'm just saying that's something to consider.
And then vice versa on the opposite side of that, if we set a max rate too low.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, we
Yeah.
better have unassigned fund balance, because we're gonna have to cover it from somewhere.
Yeah.
Is June 5th, mandated by the state?
It is, Mr. Bond, yes. Unless that falls on Saturday, Sunday, this following.
And you're talking about June 5th,
June 5th.
when we got to collect.
And the bills have to be in the mail. I believe it's 13 work days prior to it. Those are hard dates. So when you're squeezed in the last 2 weeks prior to that to do all the database work and then have the third party organization print the bills, it really puts the treasurer's office and mine, and by extension, in a really tight squeeze. Do we get it done? Yes, we have to. But it would be preferred to have a little time.
Didn't we, even in my term, used to give less actual days for nonprofit presentations than like
Yeah, we
2
did.
years ago? So did
We did, but
One
I mean,
split,
with
some-
so many, it gets to be.
Yeah.
Well,
That's-
it got spread out a lot when we were really looking into the nonprofits, and a lot of questions were being asked by the board members. And that's why we said we can't do too many of them at one time.
Yeah.
So that's when we spread them out, I believe, to 4 meetings at one point in time. And we used to have them all come in and we'd have a dinner and they'd present while we were eating dinner.
And again, the nonprofits, I mean, they're not guiding the ship here for when budget comes out again. So in January, so all budgets are due to finance by the end of right before Thanksgiving. Then the first couple weeks of December, I meet with every single department and review department budgets and everything like that. Then you get into December and you got some holidays in there, so that kind of cuts some time out. And then, I mean, I usually don't get my numbers from the commissioner for real estate until mid-January. And so then that leaves me a couple weeks to put a budget together to finalize the budget. I mean, some of the departments have already been reviewed, so it's.
Personal property, we don't get, it's based on 1 January.
Yeah.
And that gets turned around pretty quickly. It's been done a couple of ways. You had a few budget weeks, you had 2 meetings a week to squeeze into nonprofits. They could be accommodated prior to the holiday season. I'm sure they appreciate the opportunity to present. It just, your budget calendar gets pushed really deep into the year. When you get down to the fish or cut bait time and you gotta make decisions, you're in the middle of April and we're sitting there holding our breath and push us any later than about the 15th. But sometimes that happens.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
I was just gonna say,
Apologize.
you consolidate them, maybe part of them prior to the holiday, part of them after. You're trying to trim a few work sessions out of the budget that are not committed to just work, presentation of individual budgets. It's necessary, but it could be the constitutional office. I could present you my budget in November if you wanted it, or December, as opposed to in February. Squeeze a few more meetings in prior to the first, might save us a couple of 3 weeks there.
What are your thoughts on that, Eric?
Just a thought.
I don't know, but just having this thrown on me right at the last minute here during a board meeting, I haven't had a lot of chance to think about it,
So
honestly.
let's, that's what I was gonna say.
Can I bring up one thing though, before we defer, just as we're, that was gonna be my suggestion too. If there's this much discussion about it, kick it back, bring back some options. I don't think we have to set it tonight, but my thought, we brought up nonprofits and we need to have discussions about those, and we need to, those presentations, with all due respect, I mean, we've sat in there for 3 hours sometimes, and it's a work session, but the board itself hasn't gotten any work done as far as, and we need to hear these presentations. It's good to hear about the things that these nonprofits do. And this board at next budget season will, Chris will have heard those same presentations 4 times. Tony and Mike will have heard them 13 times. And Tim and I will have heard them, be hearing them for the 3rd time.
Yeah.
We know what these nonprofits are. We know what they do. Seems to me we've got 3 dates on there for nonprofits. It seems to me that we could condense those into one without presentations. They send us a read ahead, and they are all there present in one meeting. If we have questions and we go through it with the board list by list, and if we have questions for certain nonprofits, we can bring them up and ask them, rather than them just presenting a 10 to 15 slide deck about what they do. Again, which is great. I'm not taking anything away from that. But if we have things that we can do to make things better on the commissioner and the treasurer and the citizens, we can probably get those as read aheads, given that this is the minimum amount of budget experience that a board member has on this board at that time will be 3 budget seasons.
Can I just ask a question? Because I'm trying to figure out, and maybe I'm missing something, how the nonprofit presentations equates to changing. Because the nonprofit presentations really don't have any effect on when we do the budget. I mean, again, from the budget standpoint,
Yeah.
again, until December, when I have a chance to go through all the budgets, and then mid-January, I don't get real estate numbers until mid-January. I can't do a budget. So the nonprofits really don't set, they don't set the tone.
It
or
frees up
timing.
board time, but it doesn't really advance your
It
budget
doesn't change,
process.
it doesn't change my budget for when I
Yeah.
can put a budget forward. I mean, if the commissioner can give me, rock solid real estate numbers January 1, then maybe I could bump things up. But that's probably the biggest driver is the department's expenditures and the real estate numbers.
I think that's a great idea. Yep, and I think we should defer.
Well, and 2 things. The schools are the ones we have to wait. We can't really do anything.
Right, and they're
to it,
50%.
Because we know that's 55% of our budget,
Right,
almost 60. Okay, and the second thing is June 5th is the hard number, because that's when we have to collect the money to pay our bills for July through December. Or July through November. All right, if we don't have that, so that number may be bigger closer to July. But then all of a sudden, if you look back at that unassigned fund balance in November, now it's back down to a more reasonable, because that's what we've had to use to pay the bills.
Yeah, so you were gonna make a motion? Oh,
Second,
okay. Just to defer.
Defer.
Right?
We set a
Motion-
date, is it to the next meeting?
Next meeting.
Okay, motion,
That's enough time.
motion's been made, seconded by Mr. Sheridan, all in favor? Chair votes aye, 5-0. Thank you.
And just so the board knows, I mean, so CIP packets, I mean, they're already been released August 1, so I mean, CIP is in process right now. So
and
again, that's part of the budget calendar, but that's already.
Yeah.
that's another big thing where we use unassigned fund balance.
Correct.
CIP, so we don't have to take out more debt.
Our time state you want to pay.
Oh, don't even go there.
All right, item E, approval of paving contract with Pro Seal Services Incorporated, Mr. Whitten.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So the county issued an IFB on July 11th, 2025 for multiple paving projects. And one of those paving projects was for Pleasant Grove Park. And basically it's to pave the 2 different roads when you come into Pleasant Grove after the current paved section ends. And then also paving the 2 gravel parking lots at Pleasant Grove House, and then the 2 parking lots that are near the soccer field and the playground. Then also we'd be installing nine speed humps so people aren't flying on the roads once they're paved. So we received 4 bids. Pro Seal was the lowest bidder. Their cost was 201,216, and the other bids were quite a bit larger: 252, 274, and 260,000. The low bid was $21,216 higher than the budget amount, so additional money will need to be appropriated. But the good thing was the bid for the sheriff's office project came in below budget, so there's some money there.
Oh, well, also, because, and just so the board's aware, so we put out a paving IFB for one, the convenience center, 2, Kent store parking lot. Then these were already approved CIPs. 3, the sheriff's office parking lot, and then 4, Pleasant Grove roads, parking lots, stuff like that. So all proposals came back, and they were kind of it was kind of a, you can bid on which projects you want, and then vendors would give their lowest prices. So as Mr. Witten noted, although this bid has become a little higher, so one of 2 things is, if we want to move forward with the bid as it is, we need some additional funding for this. The positive about the others, Kent store and the sheriff's office, came in lower above this amount that we would need additional money for. The only one that we're still kind of working through some fine-tuned details on with Mr. Kreitzer is the convenience center. That project came in a little bit more than we were thinking. I mean, we have a approved CIP, but so again, going back to the 2, Kent store, sheriff's office, and then you look at this, the sum of all those, we would still have savings if we want to move forward. If the board doesn't want to provide additional funding to this project, we would have to cut out one of the components.
That's the parking lot, there's a soccer.
Yeah, yeah.
We're not going to the baseball.
No, because we're getting 2 more fields. I do not want to have to tear
Okay.
out asphalt to put more stuff up.
That makes sense. I'll back down.
So we're stopping at the disc golf.
But I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
We got a motion?
Yeah,
I'm ready to make it.
I'm sorry. So you got two. One is for the funding, additional funding, because if the board didn't want to have to do additional funding, then we would have to make some cuts.
All right, I move the Board of Supervisors approve a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $21,216 for the fiscal year 26 Pleasant Grove Park paving CIP, with such funds to come from the unassigned fund balance.
Second.
Real quick. But, and I know we're putting 21,000 additional to this, but you're saying that Kent store and the sheriff's department will have money coming back to the unassigned fund
They
balance.
will, they will
To
have
replace
more,
this.
they will have more than.
To replace
yeah,
this
yes,
money. Okay, just wanted to make sure we're upfront.
correct.
All right, I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Yeah.
Motion made by Mr. Hodge, Mr. Goode seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye 5-0. All right, moving on.
No,
Motion.
you have a second motion.
Oh, that's right.
I move the Board of Supervisors approve the paving contract with Pro Seal Services Incorporated for 4 projects at Pleasant Grove Park at a total cost of $201,216, and authorize the county administrator to execute the contract subject to approval as to form by the county attorney.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Hodge. I'm gonna give this one to Mr. O'Brien, seconded.
I didn't
in
hear a
favor?
word over there.
Aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye 5-0.
And just one thing for the board to know, we talked about the Kent store and the sheriff's office, because those amounts are under 100,000, they don't have to come to the board for approval. I can sign off on those. The convenience center one will, because it will be greater than 100,000.
And this reminded me, speaking of the convenience center, can you get with me about, we were talking about the scale and the paving and
Yep.
so on, and, okay.
And I will tell you that I've had more calls about those 2 things and more contact from people
About the convenience center?
about the convenience center and about Pleasant Grove Road. I mean, people have wanted to have that paved for a long time and we haven't been able to do it. Now it's gonna be able to get done.
I think we're gonna be able to, I had a meeting with Mr. Kreitzer this week about convenience center. We had to make a couple tweaks to a couple things, but I think we're gonna be able to get moving forward with the contract on that. And I think we're gonna be able to bring something forward to the board by the next meeting.
And,
Okay, but will you update me?
Oh, yeah.
When you, thank
Yeah.
you.
and we got a water we're sort of looking into the water at Pleasant Grove so we can take care of bathrooms possibly there.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Pro Seal, do we know where they're from?
They're out of Powhatan.
Okay, just hadn't heard.
And again, with the IFB, it was whoever had the lowest responsive and responsible bid for each project.
Great, thank you.
Remember,
moving-
this is your last year to go to the fair and eat a burger with dust on it.
Item F, authorization to advertise for public hearing to approve 2 deeds of easement to VDOT. Mr. Whit.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So the county owns property, identifies tax map number 18A-1E, which is located on South Boston Road. And VDOT intends to add a left turn lane on Route 600 onto Route 618, just like Monticello Road. And so that project, which I think is around $6 million project, requires a right-of-way easement. And so the county would be giving that right-of-way easement and also utility easement to VDOT. VDOT intends to use install the CenturyLink communication facility within the same parcel. So that's why they need the utility easement as well. So the VDOT has offered the county $4,000 for the right-of-way easement. And so this would be advertising a public hearing to be advertised August 20th. Section 15.2, 1800 of the state code does require a public hearing. It only has to be advertised once, not twice. So that's how we can do it August 20th. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Can we raise the price to 6 million? No, I'm sorry. I know that was a
That'd
joke.
double the price of the project.
I have a question. If VDOT's building a CenturyLink Brightspeed communications facility there, are they getting lease money from them? And are we going to charge them ground rent? If a Verizon came to us and wanted to put a cell tower on our water tower, we would charge them ground rent.
Correct.
So why is VDOT in the facility business? One, and are they making money on this? And why are we charging them ground rent if they're going to put a building on a parcel of our land?
I can reach out to the contact of VDOT before the public hearing and ask for those questions.
Good question.
Those are great questions.
Great question.
You'll get back.
I'll get back to the board before the August 20th public.
Well, who initiated that?
VDOT, a representative from VDOT called me and then she sent a packet of information in the mail. It had the appraisal and the appraised value of 4,000 and basically requested that we have a public hearing to dedicate the easement right away.
And nothing came up about land value or anything?
Well, but there was a value packet for the right of way
Mhm.
acquisition. It showed the value of the property and the percentage, and that determined the 4,000. But she didn't discuss whether they'd be leasing the facility to CenturyLink.
Yeah.
So
All right,
I can ask her that question if they plan to charge for that.
we have a motion?
Oh, yeah, it's just advertised. Okay. I move the Board of Supervisors advertise a public hearing to be held August 20th, 2025 to approve a right-of-way deed of easement and a utility deed of easement to Virginia Department of Transportation.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, seconded by Mr. Sheridan. All in favor? Chair votes aye, 5-0. Moving on to item G, application for special event permit. Fork Union Drive-In, Mr. Dahl.
Yep. So right now, in Fluvanna County Code, there's a section called 7-1-2. It's called music or entertainment festival shall mean a gathering or groups or individuals for the purpose of listening to or participating in entertainment, which consists primarily of music renditions conducted in open spaces, not within an enclosed structure. So again, we've got this section of the code that says if someone has some event that falls into that category per that definition, they have to file what is called, it's called a special event permit, not a special use permit, a special event permit. So planning and zoning has recommended the Fork Union Drive-In applicant apply for a special event permit for the ribbon cutting that they're planning for September 13th. Again, the Fork Union Drive-In ribbon cutting and fundraising event on Saturday, September 13th will include antique cars, local vendors, local music, open concession stand and fireworks, and gates open around 10 a.m. and the fireworks, and it'll end about 10 p.m. after the fireworks. Admission is free, but a small donation at the gate entrance would be requested. So again, because we have this section of code, if someone has some type of musical event, they're supposed to be applying for a special event permit. And now I know the planning commission, they're discussing some things that relate to all this as well.
Correct. Our last work session meeting, we discussed perhaps bringing changes to the board where basically you could get an SUP for an outdoor gathering and change the text on that to make it more conducive to this kind of event. And also we might present to the board the option of this kind of permit being administrative instead of coming through the board. Basically, the planning department could handle events like that. And that's the way a lot of other counties handle it.
And
So,
and right now, technically, they come through county, the way it is in the code, it comes through county administration, which seems a little odd to me, but.
And would we, if it was something, would we have to would they have to amend their SUP to include it retroactively if the planning commission changes anything with regard to that?
well, this would already be approved tonight. So if we change the process moving forward, it would require a code amendment, and that wouldn't come back to the board until the second meeting in September. So this will be after that event.
Right.
So we wouldn't have to worry about any retroactive. Now, the Fork Union Drive-In, they have a SUP for special entertainment, outdoor entertainment. So if we change the text on that and like made that more expansive,
Their SUP would cover it.
would cover that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I move the Board of Supervisors approve the application for a special event permit for an event to take place at the Fork Union Drive-In on September 13th, 2025.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, seconded by Mr. Hodge. All in favor? Chair votes aye, 5-0.
And I will tell you, it is still great to see the look on those kids' faces when I take them through there doing behind the wheel and they've never seen it. They didn't know it existed.
All right, moving on to consent agenda. Anything anybody wants to discuss?
Approve we adopt as presented.
Motion made by Mr. Goode, seconded by Mr. O'Brien. All in favor? Chair votes aye, 5-0. Unfinished business.
Yes, so the two items we brought up, let's do, we talked about food and beverage tax and employee survey. Let's do the employee survey first. So everything there's a little transition trying to get the former HR director out of being the admin account, and now it's switched over to Mr. Witten. We actually had a kind of a kickoff meeting this morning with Culture Amp. So Mr. Witten is the account admin to that. We got that moving forward. Had a kickoff meeting, and so we got a follow-up meeting next Tuesday, I believe.
That's correct.
Next Tuesday to kind of talk about Mr. Witten has some things he has to do behind the scenes as far as kind of getting ready for that. But then that would kind of work into the design of the questions. One of the things that came up today was, how did we want it? And we were very clear that we wanted to make sure that the survey was 100% anonymous, because there's a couple different ways that it could be done. It could pull information from your human resource system regarding employees, that would give demographics, gender. You could have departments. One thing that we thought is with having some small departments that could potentially give away who is commenting on the survey and stuff like that. So we remove that, and it's going to be completely anonymous. Pretty much what would happen is there'll be some canned questions that they have that they use for all their type of government surveys that they find to be best practices. And then they'll provide a link, and then a county staff member would send out the link. But again, county staff has nothing to do with seeing every response that comes in through Culture Amp, and then Mr. Witten as the account admin. Then I guess you're going to get kind of how that data kind of comes.
We'll send out an initial cover letter to all employees so they know it's not like a scam, phishing scam. So basically, we'll send it out to know that we'll all be receiving this survey. They recommend the survey be out 7 to 10 days. We're still working on the number of questions, somewhere around 50 questions. Any more than that, I think would just be too much. And so you have questions that can where you can have text, you fill it in, or it can be ratings, yes, no. And so it's the good thing about their platform is we can kind of find our own questions that work well for this organization, because it's designed for governmental corporations, any kind of organization.
Is the plan to present the questions to the board before it gets sent out?
We can bring them to the board at the August 20th meeting.
We should. Thank you.
So we'll be looking at the questions, designing them next week. We can bring what we come up with to the board on August 20th.
Yeah, they have canned questions, but if there's anything in there that we think that maybe, this maybe doesn't necessarily apply, or we want to see something different, we can
Yeah.
do that.
And to reiterate what you're saying, I've had a number of employees ask about, are you sure everybody else isn't going to be able to see? And my response is,
Positive.
you can't stay in this business and allow information to be leaked to places people don't want it to.
And we just tell them up front how we want it, because we're the ones that design it. So we say we want it completely anonymous. And we state that, then there's no risk that anyone will be able to identify.
So when did we, as a board, vote? Do you know when we initiated this?
3 months ago.
Was it May? I know it took a while to work on a contract with this company, a long while.
Yeah.
First of all, they refused to even amend their contract because it was too small of a dollar amount. So then we had to work with them to even get them, because there are certain terms there we can't agree to under Virginia law. So we basically weren't gonna be able to work with them. And then finally we got their legal, because they're out of Australia.
May 7th.
Yeah, the company's based out of Australia, so obviously they don't really know Virginia law. And so we're like, we can't agree to the certain terms in here. And so once we were able to get them to amend those terms, then they were like, well, I think once we had finished it, then Ms. Snow left and we had designated her as the administrator. And then that took another month to change the administrator from Ms. Snow to May. And then Eric had to send a letter on county letterhead authorizing that.
Yeah.
So it's been quite a process for a $10,000 contract.
Yeah. And I asked because, and clearly you get why which is I've had both employees and board members ask why it's taken the amount of time, but just the word Australia adds a little bit of understanding.
Well, and like I said, at this point, I think once the design piece after, because quite frankly, if it didn't go to the board, probably the survey could probably go up by the end of next week. But again, waiting until, one more week after, it's not that big of a delay.
So then we'd have the results hopefully by the first meeting in September.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody?
Any further questions on the employee survey?
All
And
right.
then food and beverage tax. And I know some questions have come forward, and I know Mr. Witt and myself have spoke about this. So happy to open it up to the board for questions that you all have received.
Was it only Gold and me on the
Yes.
board, I think?
Yeah.
Any questions anybody has on, the quick gist of it was that the winery in Fluvanna asked about certain types of taxation, how and why.
And exemptions that maybe would they be eligible for? Would they qualify for?
And my takeaway is that for the most part, we're doing what the state requires. Is that correct? Is there any part of it that is not what the state requires that we do?
So basically what's interesting, we reached out to 6 different counties that have both farm wineries and a meals tax. And 5 of those counties, let's say it was Nelson, Orange, Greene, Louisa, and I talked to Warren County too. And basically they all said that if you go in and buy just a glass of wine or just a glass of beer, like from a brewery,
Or even a bottle of wine.
or a bottle of wine, you
To take
drink
out,
it
go.
and you drink it,
Just to drink.
you drink it there. That basically they don't collect the meals tax. Now, what was different in Albemarle County, they actually collect the meals tax whether or not you buy food.
Wherever that bottle's.
And so my brother-in-law manages a winery in Crozet, and he told me that. I was like, I don't think that's right. So I called Albemarle, and sure enough, that's how they do it in Albemarle. If you buy a glass of beer at Star Hill, or if you buy a glass of wine at Pollock, you don't even buy food. You still have to pay their 6% food and beverage tax.
Now, are they still paying it on takeout?
Yeah.
No,
My
not take,
understanding
just what you consume there.
On
Okay,
premise.
I
But
thought
now-
I understood you to say earlier. Okay, gotcha.
But the other 5 counties that I talked to, they're only collecting the food and beverage tax if you're also purchasing food at the same time. So, and that's food that's prepared there. So not, some of the cideries have like sealed foods. So like you go to like, Potter Cider, they have like a sealed charcuterie sometimes we have a closed sessions, like something like that.
Yeah.
They don't collect a meals tax on that. It's only something where you prepare the food. So like Hardware Hills, they sell pizzas, they sell the cheese sticks,
Yeah.
they sell
Grilled cheese.
chicken sandwiches.
Right.
And so they're actually preparing the food there. So when you order a glass of wine there, or if you order a bottle of wine and 3 glasses, and you order food, then basically they should be collecting that 4% food and beverage tax and remitting it monthly.
So if I were to go to Blue 53 after this,
Imagine that.
looking at you two,
What's wrong with it?
or Sal's, if I were to have a drink, okay, let's call it a soda. If I were to have a Dr. Pepper out of the fountain and I ordered no food, would that Dr. Pepper be subject to the food and beverage
No,
tax?
they should not be charging the 4%.
But the minute I order a salad and I have that Dr. Pepper with a salad, that Dr. Pepper all of a sudden becomes subject to the meals tax or the food and beverage tax.
Correct.
And that's by state.
So why don't
That's
we
fine.
call it a food and beverage with food tax? It seems crazy to me that I would go to Hardware House with Kate, have a bottle of wine, and the minute I get hungry, which I inevitably do when I have their Riverbend Red,
Mhm.
and I order a buffalo chicken dip. All of a sudden, that bottle of wine that we ordered originally without food, all of a sudden becomes subject to a tax because we bought food with it.
So here's.
Is that
the
Virginia state code or just our
Virginia-
interpretation?
It's Virginia code.
Okay.
And now what's interesting, if you just ordered that bottle of wine, closed out your tab, you wouldn't pay the meals tax. But then if you didn't close out your tab and later on said, I want to buy some food, then they have to charge you. That's where it gets a little dicey.
For instance, I go in there and, me and my wife said, we'll just have, a glass of wine and just leave my tab open because maybe I'll have another glass of wine later on. And then you're sitting there and you're like, well, maybe I want some food now. Okay, well, let's put the food on there and let me get another. So now everything that you have on there, because you have an open tab, it's all in one tab, everything is applicable to the food and beverage tax.
Okay. And that is the state's application of if they obviously give us the ability to implement this tax and they say, if you are going to implement it, this is the way it has to be. That has nothing to do with the local ordinance.
Correct. And again, it's on prepared food, again, food that's prepared that you are serving. Again, some wineries, what they'll do is you go to a winery and for instance, in a cooler, they'll have like some box of crackers on the shelves. They'll maybe have already prepackaged like, meats and cheeses and stuff like that. So if you buy those meats and cheeses, that's already prepackaged, it's not being prepared there, and then get your bottle of wine or a glass of wine or whatever, that doesn't equate to the food and beverage tax because those prepackaged items aren't prepared.
It is understandable that this would be confusing.
For people that are actually, because when it comes to implementation of this, yeah, Mr. Sheridan and Ms. Rittenhouse are involved, but really the implementation is almost a gentleman's system or a honor system with, not saying that anybody in Fluvanna wouldn't, but it leaves it up to almost to them. I almost feel bad for them because it's like,
Right.
you're like looking at it, it's like, okay, well, it's almost like you're doing algebra. It's like, is there any way to sort of clarify? I was talking to Rosario at Sal's and I think I've given him wrong information based on what I understood. So one of the other questions that was brought up was, you have, for example, they have Pepsi products there. They don't have Dr. Pepper on the fountain. I like Diet Dr. Pepper with my pizza on Saturdays at Sal's. So I order the Diet Dr. Pepper with my pizza. That is a prepackaged Diet Dr. Pepper that technically wasn't prepared there. That would be no different than him bringing me a bag of unpackaged crackers with my pizza. That Dr. Pepper that was prepackaged and sold is now subject to the meals tax, or
No, now if it's prepackaged. So if it's a bottled, you have this Perrier, right? It's bottled. That's not a fountain drink.
but the fountain, if I were to get a Diet Pepsi out of the fountain, that's prepared there. So technically, even though it's prepackaged in a sealed package and back where in the restaurant, because it comes through the fountain.
And as an example, if you go to a place and you get a bottle of wine, they open up the bottle of wine, so it's no longer packaged.
So if they set it unopened on my table, I don't have, they don't have, and I'm not concerned with me having to pay it. I know you made a joke about closing out my tab. Seriously, what I'm concerned with here is making sure that people who are good business owners in this county,
Yeah.
genuinely, they may not like it. They may like it, but they want to apply it the right way and make sure they're
Yeah.
doing the right thing. And I think there's some confusion here. And I may be making a little bit of, jokes about some of these things, but it's true. I mean, people are confused about
But
it.
one thing I sent the Commissioner of Revenue example, like Enrico has like a brochure on the food and beverage tax. So I said, it might be we want to design some kind of brochure for business owners so they can better, so a lot of these questions are answered.
And present scenarios.
And I wonder if that's why Albemarle does it the way they do it, because then you don't have that effect. It's just, everything gets charged.
It makes it easier though.
I mean, it makes
This
it,
is-
I'm not trying to say, let's go tax more and more, but that might be why they do it.
Well,
Because
and
it's,
the way
Simple.
way that Albemarle did it, their definition, you said their definition of food is a little more expansive than their
Yeah,
ordinary.
their definition of food is solid or liquid. So,
So you're having so you're having some liquid food wine.
If you'll allow me, because again, our office has the opportunity to administer this, and it's a new program. You know, planning and zoning was implemented in the '70s. It has some learning curves, and it has some, be tweaked over the last 60 years. But this program is in its infancy. What we are doing to ensure that Fluvanna is coming down on the right side of code is as questions are asked by our vendors, and they're encouraged. We send them by the attorney's office because the long story short, for business persons, if you got an attorney, don't take their advice. So when you're talking about beverages, you're talking about food, at this point, and we believe this will have to be as everything we do, whether it's tax relief for the elderly, that program's been tweaked for 45 to 50 years. And we migrate because we comply with code, but there are parameters that every county seems to apply slightly differently. That's why you got different ways that it's implemented on food and beverage tax. But they've been doing it for 10 or 15 years. We've been doing it for 5 weeks. Really only about 8 days now, since we just got started, but since it was, so we get a question, we ask Mr. Wynn for his opinion to make sure we are compliant with state code. If it's a prepared food, they pay the tax. If it's prepared food served with a beverage, they pay the tax.
Unless it's an unopened bottle of Dr. Pepper.
Mike, I'm gonna tell you, we will get there.
Yeah.
But I gotta tell you, it's gonna take,
Yeah.
like we said back when y'all approved this in I believe, June. It'll be tweaked like every part of our code is as we find that it may be a better application.
Yeah.
Easily, the easiest way to do it would be to apply it to everything. But that's not per our county attorney's office necessarily correct with state code in his opinion. If it's a beverage alone, it does not be applied. So whether it's alcoholic or not.
Yeah.
So yeah, there will be some learning curve for the county and for our vendors. For example, right now in code, y'all approved that if it's a bakery, it's not applied if it's no in facility seating to enjoy the baked good. So
Why did we do that?
there was actually an attorney general opinion that stated that they have to have seating for a base. So if you're just a bakery that sells your pies beside the road or at a farmer's market, you have to have some seating.
But if they have seating, then it applies.
Correct.
That's how
Okay.
we've interpreted. Basically, Mr. Winter. We don't make a decision, because it's new. It's a bit complicated. We're not doing federal income tax here, but it's gonna have some learning curve. So we run it through the county attorney for his recommendation to make sure we're compliant.
Does the vendor or the restaurant or whatever, the person at the register have to make a decision at checkout of whether to apply tax? Is it how they build it into their computer system and it's different with one potentially of what they built in?
I'm sure it's
the
done
other?
differently from vendor, if the restaurant does it, everything's probably built right in.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what their point of sale system does? I mean, maybe if you hit again, there's lots of nuances to it. I mean, if you hit food, it probably automatically picks it up. Now going back to the, the Mountain Dew, the bottle of Mountain Dew, they may have to determine maybe there's a Mountain Dew with a meal and then Mountain Dew without a meal or whatever it is, or Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, I mean, I was at Local Eats the other day. I got a salad, a box of pasta, and a bag of chips. So really, they should have already charged it on the, Saturday. I bought it the day before the meals tax started, so I couldn't look at the receipt.
Yeah.
But basically, if it had been the day later, they should have only charged on that salad.
But if
And
you're
now
the
they'll add two
vendor,
items.
if you're the point of sale, this can be a simple solution, it's fairly complicated. And I feel certain that the commissioner's office, in conjunction with the attorney and possibly the treasurer's office, will be back this time next year and say, hey, we got some tweaks we think will make this program a little easier for our vendors, a little less complicated, but we are 6 days into a new program that's got a learning curve. But that's how it's applied now with the blessing of the county attorney. Prepared meal, absent baked goods, if it's baked by someone without a in-house seating facility, they pay the meals tax. If it's food.
But just baked foods, not if it's a hamburger that you picked up with no
absolutely
seating.
not, yeah, but that's a bit of a complication. You go over to Pleasant Grove and you got a food vendor truck there, and it's applied to everything that food vendor is doing, but if someone brought baked goods over and sell them off a coffee table, they don't pay it by our code that bakeries are exempt at this point.
Just like any fast food place would be,
Yeah.
would be applicable whether they had seating inside or not seating inside.
So Dunkin' Donuts, you're paying meals tax on that donut
Yeah.
because they have seating there.
It's on the curve, but.
But even
we're
if they
not
didn't
gonna
have
make a
seating, they
decision on
would.
County code policy without getting Mr. Whitman.
This is fast food.
Yeah.
Keep it clean as we move
Yeah.
through this.
Grass or Grain doesn't have seating there, but you
They
pay
have
the
a
tax.
couch out front.
That's true, which I sat on today.
Hey, let's don't talk about a bench. Somebody would be taking pictures of you.
EW's got a bench out.
Yeah,
In the picture, someone.
I've seen somebody.
Didn't you say that point of service was just gonna take care of it and the restaurant owners wouldn't have to think about it?
You can just charge 4% and go with that.
No, it's up to you.
Thank
You voted for it.
I think further, I feel certain the office will be back sometime next year, maybe at the beginning of the year, and say, hey, we found a few tweaks might be in order. We ask you to change code
Yeah.
to adjust this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's like Nancy Pelosi said, pass it now and figure it out later.
I'm pretty sure everybody can.
Really wish you hadn't gone there.
Yeah. All right, other questions on that?
No, but I've got a question from Mr. Dahl about something else. But I think it can be under new business.
Oh, on new business?
I mean, it's old business. I'm just gonna ask him a question about money.
Yeah, and kind of
Do you wanted to bring it up now, but wait until new business?
I don't know whether, I mean, it's about old stuff, but I don't know whether it would be here or there.
Why don't you do it?
All right, I'll do it. Real quick. I've been looking through our whole packet because you have the unassigned fund balance on the back page of our packet
Yep.
each first meeting of the month. I think.
it should be every.
Or every meeting,
Yes.
every meeting. I don't see the July payments. They won't show up until next month. But they come out of unassigned fund balance too.
Correct.
The debt service, is that still around $7.5 million?
Yeah, I mean, generally, yes, debt service payments that hit first of July, they're
Correct.
big. So usually a lot of the taxes that hit June 5th, they would kind of offset some of that.
Correct, correct.
But yes.
That's the only point I'm getting
Correct.
at. That's gonna come out as 16.6 million.
Yes.
Okay,
And how much does the state require you to set aside?
It's-
12%.
The state doesn't
10%?
require, let me
Your
think back.
lender,
I'm sure the state
right,
has
10%.
some minimum.
Yeah.
But the county set what their own policy is for that. It's a
Okay.
different localities base it upon different things. Some localities base it on a certain percentage of revenue, some localities base it on a percentage of expenditures.
But there's a policy that says that we have to have a certain amount set aside every year. And
We have a policy, unassigned fund balance policy that says we will keep 10%, 12%, 12% of the general fund revenues plus school revenues less the contribution that the county gives to the schools in those school revenues. And then once you have those revenues, you take that number as times your 12%. And that is the money you don't touch. That is money that's in there for, something happens catastrophic, you need it. Everything above that is generally used what the board has used to fund CIP projects and what have you as part of the budget process, and not have to increase tax rates to
For
fund
CIP.
those CIP.
Feel like pay for a new
projects.
fire truck or something.
Correct. Your credit rating would go down so the one thing whenever we had Moody's or Standards and Poor's credit rating, there was always positive comments for having a good, healthy fund balance at fund balance levels. And there's lots of different factors, that Moody's and Standards and Poor's puts out there. But that's always been a positive comment that the county's received.
You were the finance director when the state decided they weren't going to pay the house back.
I was, yes.
What was that like?
We had to figure out how long it was gonna take with fund balance if we didn't get state money before we didn't have money to pay for things. And I wanted to say, at the time, this was probably back in 2016, I want to say we came up with that we were figuring at that point what our fund balance was then. I want to say we were figuring like 5 months or something like that, that if we had to use all of the county's fund balance that we had at the time to fund county and school operations, if the state wasn't giving us our reimbursement, that's about how long it was going to take at that point before we
5
ran out of
months.
funds. Yeah.
How much money did this county save prior to high school, to pay for the high school?
None.
Oh, okay.
No,
So did people get upset when we borrowed all that money?
Yes.
Some, yes,
Okay, but
some did, some didn't.
you complain if you borrow the money. And then you complain if you save the money. Yes.
Well, the only point what you're talking about in our accounts payable, one of them's 3.1 and the other one's 2.9.
Mhm.
And so we basically have enough money sitting aside for 4 months. And that would be all done.
Then we invest the money, so there's a return to taxpayer.
Yes, and Ms. Rittenhouse briefed that last month.
Yep.
And that interest that we earn from that is part of your annual budget. So if anyone reads the whole big budget book, you realize that's a line item in the revenues. So it's not like we're losing money on it, and actually now we make money on it.
Yeah, I think through the Virginia investment pool, we've been earning right around 4.25%, 4.5% on that.
We had this discussion in the first 3 months I was on the board. I remember sitting with Mr. Goad, and we had this exact discussion about using the fund balance and the spare things we had to cut taxes. And I remember my exact comments was, that's like giving sugar to kids. It gives
Yes.
you a sugar rush. People are happy now
Caffeine.
until the taxes have to go back up and you don't have money for stuff. And that our credit rating, everything we said here, and that it's wiser. And even Mr. Weaver, who could pinch a penny and get a dime out of it, seeing the wisdom in building a new admin building and leveraging a loan versus using the fund balance, because we're making more money than we pay interest. So it would be counterproductive to take the money from the fund balance to pay for the building when you can get the loan cheaper and come out to the positive.
All right. Yes, please.
Can I just give the board one really quick update? I think I told a couple board members, remember the discussion about the tree at Crofton?
Yes.
So I think I told the board that the tree that was in the right of way, that VDOT was going to work on clearing it. I got a recent call from VDOT that because the other tree was so close to the line, they're going to take that tree down too, as long as the property owner would sign a right of entry.
Good.
And so Mr. Hodge has helped me get some communication going. I've had some communication with the property owner. Property owner agrees. I'm just waiting to get the document from VDOT, and then they'll take both of those trees down there.
Just let them know Tuesday's the first day of school.
It's not gonna be down by Tuesday.
And that was my concern, was just making sure that legally,
Yep.
everybody, we didn't cut down whoever,
Yes.
VDOT or Russ or whoever, we didn't cut down trees that.
Yep.
We
So
have
so
legal
VDOT's
rights.
gonna take care of it all.
Okay, thank you.
And they need to, so they can stop traffic.
All right, any new business?
I have a few items. First item I have is where are we at with the new administration building? I know we were talking about RFPs being let in space studies. If you could just give like a Reader's Digest 30-second.
Yeah, so the admin building, so again, we're having, we just had a meeting yesterday.
Weekly meeting.
Yeah, we've been having weekly meetings with them. Again, they're came up with block areas of, based upon all the departments, needs for square footage and future employees and stuff like that. Now they've really kind of broken it down into individual spaces. The next piece is trying to set up times with department heads and the architectural firm to kind of go through all that stuff. So they are making sure that the architectural firm's there. So if there's questions or concerns about, moving this desk there, that office there, that they're present. So that's really where we are with the new admin building. There is basically everything is set up, all the individual departments, offices, all that. So literally we kind of had that final presentation yesterday from them. And so next is getting the department heads to make sure that what's in there looks good and that there's needs to be tweaks and stuff like that.
Okay, my second item was
Before you go on, can I stay on that one real quick?
Yeah.
You're going to a whole separate item?
Yeah.
Okay. Would it take much to, some criteria was used to estimate when the conversation started. Didn't you all pin some estimated number that the building would
For the
cost?
cost?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we got the estimate from,
4 years ago.
yeah, we got the estimate when the original space study was done from the original firm, and the original estimate was
14 and a half, wasn't it?
And
It
that was
was-
when?
I thought it was 16,
16.5 million is what
Yeah.
the original estimate is.
and that was for both buildings.
Yep,
From roughly what year, do we know?
2019, I think 2019.
So say it's been 5 or 6 years.
Yep.
Is there a way there's got to be some industry numbers that could be a quick math to go. I mean, we've seen the water line
Yep.
go up so much and because steel went up and
Yep.
blah, blah, blah. To go, well, if it was just like the criteria that we used in 19 or 20, what would it be today? To estimate what our cost looks like, because
The inflation rate.
yeah,
So,
I mean, yeah, so you're saying,
I'm not saying inflation rate, general inflation, construction,
yeah, right,
so it's 6%.
yeah.
Then get to 72, it's 9 years, that's double the cost.
And my point is that as we're going through this, that's pretty easy information to have. And we as a board should know as we progress through this, if it started at 16 and we're at 26 right now,
That's more than 26.
More 30.
in the 30s, yeah,
35.
yeah. So,
But some of it goes back to size too, because
We've grown.
well, there's that, but the original study too, again. So this plan, what is moving forward? This is accounting for growth and expansion for positions for the next 10 years. And so you could probably cut out a lot of the space and have just what you need for right now, plus a little bit some. But then again, I think you'd be shooting yourself in the foot of where the sheriff's office is right now, where you are in this building and stuff like
so
that.
and as you said, we've grown, but that actually would skew what I'm looking for. If we just said, I mean, there's a package that you all attach the number to.
Yeah.
And if you said if it was that today, what would that number be? And I think that would advance our thinking in where we're at, how much this is going to cost. I can tell you that there's a number of citizens that towards the end of budget season contacted me saying, what's up with this admin building? Like, we don't have the school paid for, but now we're gonna do this, and it was originally how much, and now is it? And I couldn't answer the
Yeah.
questions.
Well, no, the prior space study had, was it 300 per square foot or 250?
Yeah.
And now it's 500 per square foot.
Yeah.
So the building may be a little bigger, but also the square footage cost is
Yeah.
almost double now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
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 Materials for construction.
Yeah.
this is where we historically, as a county, make a mistake. We're penny wise and pound foolish. We turn around and don't do it. And then in 10 years or 15 years, we have to do it. And prices have doubled and doubled again. And we're sitting there shaking our head. And I'll give you a prime example of it. The fire training facility. Had the board just spent the money on the first proposal, it was less than what we're putting into it now, and there's no guarantee we're going to get it with the grant. So this squeezing and trying to save, we end up costing ourselves in the long term.
I don't think.
And if it's for something you don't need, because we're just going to let every building burn down in the county, that's fine. But we know we need the training facility. You know you need an admin building. If you've ever been in the social services building and witnessed what they do when they take a child in, and they're trying to find a placement for them, they're sleeping on the floor in a meeting room.
But to the numbers, how does squeezing and trying to save, how is that involved in that the board approved to move forward? And the difference in cost now when it hasn't moved forward? Because the board approved, right, to move forward with it. So we didn't squeeze and try to say, I'm not arguing with you.
No, but
I'm not trying to use your words against you, but we didn't, from what I can see, the board didn't do that. The board approved it.
Yes,
And so.
we never followed
COVID
up.
happened.
Well, I mean, so to give you a little example, I mean, back in 2019, so the board approved it. I don't remember if it was the 19 or 20 budget. I'll have to go back and
Yeah.
look to see when the 16.5 was.
Right,
Before COVID.
There was, yeah, and so there were a couple of projects that happened right at COVID that we were trying to do a project, because again, we didn't have a meeting space. You know, we weren't in here, we had no place to go, so we tried to do a renovation project in the basement of the admin building or a boardroom. That project, which the architects had estimated to be around, I want to say 350, 400,000, ended up coming in like close to 750 or 800. So it was immediately doubled right at that point. And so with that, you know, it just, things haven't gotten cheaper, but
Yeah.
they were instantly
yeah,
jumped up. When
Yeah.
COVID hit, it's everything's jumped up.
yeah,
Pipes, water lines, construction. Now, the good thing is, from when that big jump happened, some things have subsided a
Yeah.
little bit and they haven't had as steep of an increase, but it's not like they're going down necessarily.
yeah. All right,
And hence why I asked the question. Too often things get to the back burner and life takes over and they slip a little bit. Hence why I've got my notepad. I write these things down and ask periodically. And if it's the push that it gets to get things going or keep it in awareness, then so be it. I just don't want to see us not intentionally forget, but things get in the way and then we don't get it done and it costs us more money. Because ultimately, anything that costs us more money causes the taxes to go up and it hurts the taxpayers.
well. So, and if I could add, just per square foot is really what it comes down to, what I was saying earlier. And maybe you were saying we already knew what the change
It's
was.
around 250 before, right? 250, 275. We can get those numbers.
Yeah, we'll get that.
I can get those
Right.
numbers,
And then-
what they estimated
Thank
back
you.
at the
And
time.
no better example than JRWA.
Yep.
We had to hesitate 9 years and it went from 11 million to
Right.
30 million.
Or if you go back 15, 20 years ago, when they was proposing a water line up 15, or where it was originally, I mean, it was originally gonna be a lot cheaper and it's unfortunately not at this point.
And my second item was, when is the next time VDOT will be in front of us? Thank you for working on the tree issue. The people of the Crofton section appreciate
Yeah.
that, but.
The bus driver really appreciates that.
And first responders that have to pull vehicles out of there.
She's looking right now to see when VDOT's coming.
The reason I'm gonna ask is because I've raised it multiple times at the top of Paynes Mill Road. People keep going up through there. I was instructing a guy on driving the ambulance and
3rd of September, okay.
3 September,
Yeah.
good, because they still haven't fixed the road and they still haven't marked that blind corner.
That's the one where,
It goes up to 250.
yeah,
It's only a matter of time because there's one warning sign, but you're within probably 200-300 yards and where they
Less than
had
that,
the painted warnings in the road.
300 feet.
Yeah, it's close.
Okay.
And I warned the kid to get off the gas, and when he realized it was coming, we had to brake.
Daily.
Yeah,
And I got a break. You ain't got one.
yeah. So They need to do something before somebody plows through.
Well,
Going
no,
into an
it
open
happens.
field's one thing, but a trash truck hitting you from the side at 55 miles an hour, that could be
They
catastrophic.
had one.
Mr. Hodge, if I can connect with you offline just to get a little bit more information, then
Okay.
I'll follow up with Scott. Like I said, because I remember we brought that up to him previously,
Yep.
and so, yeah.
And it changed and we had the other gentleman come.
I think
So,
we had Willie
Yeah.
Willie Gordon came
and I
out.
think it got missed in the thing, but
Gotcha.
you know,
Yep.
I just don't want to see somebody get hurt unnecessarily.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right, anybody? All right. Moving on to second round of public comment. Anybody speaking, please keep your comments to 5 minutes and direct it to the board. Seeing none, we will move on to closed meeting.
Chair, I move Fluvanna County Board of Supervisors and close to section 2.2-3711, section 2.2-3716, section 2.2-3711. Code within 1950 as amended for the purpose of discussing prospective industry, prospective business in the Columbia District, investment of funds, contract user grants, and the water and sewer ordinance design, social organization, and number 2, organizational assessment proposals. And then legal matters, contract user grant and the water sewer crossroads, legal advice involved in special use permit petitions for expedition, building before the 14 sanitary district.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Sheridan. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5-0. We all.
Whole session.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Morris room. Yeah.
Must have went out pretty late.
I got it before I left Richmond.
Are you okay with putting your electronic signature on the stuff in the house?
Oh, good. Auto pen. I sit you a little bit like. Okay, Jeff, the signature folder.
Camera's not working, so.
Mr. Chair, I move to close meeting before Savannah County Board of Supervisors convene again in open session, be resolved, the Board of Supervisors does hereby certify to the best of each member's knowledge, one only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under section 2.2-3711A of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting.
Second. Motion made by Mr. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Sheridan. Roll call, Mr. Hodge. Aye. Mr. Goode. Aye. Mr. O'Brien.
Aye.
Mr. Sheridan.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5-0.
Mr. Chair, I move that we extend for the length of 21 minutes, please.
Second. Motion made by Mr. Hodge, seconded by Mr. O'Brien. In favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5-0.
Motion to adjourn.
I haven't gotten one of those in.
Motion to adjourn by Mr. Sheridan, seconded by Mr. Hodge, all in favor?
Aye.